le quorum de la réunion.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. My name is Sharon Irongo, and I'm the committee secretary for this committee. I'll proceed to appraise the committee of the members that are represented, the countries that are represented here. We have Angola, DRC, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Seychelles, South Africa, who will join in virtually, Swaziland, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. We have received 2 apologies from Botswana and Namibia. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Je vais demander à tout un chacun.
I'd like to ask each and everyone to introduce themselves, because this is the first time we are organizing a physical meeting, because most of the time we have virtual meetings. I'd like humbly to ask each and everyone to introduce themselves. We start with the colleague in front of us.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am Alhato Masito from Lesotho. So thank you.
Thank you. I am Rocky Ioani from Seychelles.
Motinta Masoka from Zambia. Mohadi from Zimbabwe.
Dr. Olubayursu de Madagascar.
Dr. Libayutsi from Madagascar.
I am Stephanie from Mauritius.
So Elena Bongelabel.
So Elena Bongelabel from Angola.
From Angola.
Mafunga from Tanzania.
Mafunga.
Carlos Manuel, Mozambique.
Carlos Manuel, I am from Mozambique.
Greetings. I'm Pumelele Dlamini from the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Good morning, Chair. Through you, I'm Ishmael Onani, Malawi.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the draft has been circulated to all the members. Are there proposals for amendment of the draft agenda? You're free to present any proposal for amendment on the agenda. Who propose the adoption of the agenda?
Okay. Rocky Ioani from Seychelles.
Un autre membre peut faire la proposition, s'il vous plaît?
Another member?
I second the adoption.
Merci, Mozambique.
Merci.
Vous avez dit Seychelles. Seychelles.
From Seychelles. The second one was Madagascar.
L'ordre du jour est donc...
The agenda has been adopted then.
Je me fais l'honneur de...
I have the honor to present our welcoming speech. Honorable member of the Standing Committee of the SADC-FP on Nutrition, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Madam Secretary General of the SADC, Segoma, Madam Julie Militon, Head of Project of the Partnership for the Social Responsibility, member of the personnel of the Secretariat of FP, our eminent resource persons, our eminent participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, honorable members and distinguished guests. I've got the pleasure to wish you the welcome, honorable members, at this joint meeting of the committee, the Standing Committee on Nutrition, Agriculture and Natural Resources, and the Standing Committee on the Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment of the SADC-FP, with the topic is to develop investment in agroecology in Central Africa and in Southern Africa in favor of sustainable development and adaptation to climate. Honorable member, distinguished participants, allow me to start by affirming that agriculture is really the stepping stone of a human society, because it's furnished not only the nutrition and food, but also employment to millions of people of the SADC region. However, because of the rapid threats that really affect the nutrition and agriculture because of climate shock, it's very difficult to ensure food security of the region if we don't adopt resilient agricultural practices. And I am sure that the delegates will agree with me to assert that the agroecology area didn't receive the advantage that deserve in the SADC region, though it is essential to establish food security that is sustainable. Though members of SADC really are affecting funds to national budget, this is not enough at all. So it is necessary then in our approach to promote agroecology in our region to develop efforts to encourage investment in agriculture sector in general and agroecology in particular. Considering what happens, so we have to discussion that include the theme of agriculture and investment together. In the present meeting, when we have to meet a committee that are very important to the topic at stake. Honorable members, distinguished participants, you will agree with me that food security in Southern Africa has been so far an objective that is really crucial. Considering the report on the food security and the nutritional security in Africa, published in July 2021, up to 47 million people, 13% of the global population of SADC population, these people are in a situation of food insecurity. Even without the effect of climate change, the agricultural system doesn't meet the need of a big number of population. Climate change with drought, the flood, and every other impact, considering poverty and other economic situation has affected food food security, which considering tensions that contribute to food crisis in the region. Furthermore, the COVID pandemic has aggravated food security directly or indirectly. The direct impact is linked to agricultural exploitation and all the agricultural firms that closed. Furthermore, the indirect impact is really linked to closing of economic activities and borders and the restriction of transport and circulation imposed by the government, so that to stop the propagation of the pandemics. The small agricultural people have been affected, really very serious impact of COVID-19 with the gender issue. The problem of health has been really exacerbated for women and children and girls. For people who have been affected by the virus, the women had to really take care of the children and the sick. The time consecrated to health should have been used to agricultural activities for agricultural production and sales of products. Honorable members, distinguished participants, considering what has happened, it is necessary to adopt innovative approaches and intelligent approaches in the climatic area, which are durable to severe shocks such as pandemics. As you know, maybe as far as the region is concerned, many commitment has been made at the continental and the regional level, so to improve agriculture. However, the inability to implement the commitment is an obstacle to the realization of our vision in agricultural sector. In many countries, the agroecology is proposed as a method to allow not only to promote agriculture, but to contribute significantly to the realization of many development objectives. Yes.
Oui, plusieurs objectifs de développement. Dans nombreux
In many countries, agroecology is proposed as a method that allowed not only to promote food security, but also to contribute in a significant way to the realization of different development objectives and ODD, SDG up to 2030. Honorable members, distinguished participants, the agroecology system is part of the synergy, natural synergy, and using natural resources locally. The transition to this approach needs some costs and necessitates some support. Also, the farmers, mainly the women, have got difficulties to access to credits they need to go beyond the subsistence agriculture. So it is imperative then that investment for agriculture be really supported by solid mechanism to prevent or to all abusive use of public resources and touch the beneficiary targeted as the farmers. Considering this, ladies and gentlemen, we have the responsibility at the national and regional level to really promote agroecological system to ensure food security. Thanks to our function, of surveillance, we have to examine or assess our national budget and foreign contribution to ensure that they are channeled to agriculture development and adaptation to climate change. Also, we have to furnish control and the balances to be able to the executive power so that investment in the sector produce really desired results. That's why I am happy that this meeting, joint meeting, is organized today to really be able to consider these essential issues. Honorable members, distinguished participants, in conclusion, allow me to use this opportunity to really thank resource people who accepted to commit with us on these topics. I'm sure that at the end of the meeting, we will have a better understanding of agroecology and the measures that we will have to take as a MP at the national level and regional level to promote agroecology and to serve a really sustainable agricultural system. So we encourage the MP to participate actively and mobilize resource people around these issues and any other issue so that the decision be really positive and get good results for us and SADC region as a whole. So these observations are really crucial. I have the privilege to declare this meeting open of Standing Committee FANR. Thank you so much.
Nous, on est en train de chercher le deuxième discours. Encore une fois, excusez-nous de souhaiter de nous entendre de le retrouver. Honorablement, excusez-nous encore, donc on va continuer en attendant que nous puissions avoir le discours.
We apologize. We apologize. Honorable members, we have to reconsider the minute and to see whether it was the real, it reflects everything that we did. We're going to go on each item to see whether there have been any problems.
Les corrections par rapport à la réunion virtuelle du mardi 12 octobre 2021. On se sent libre à pouvoir apporter les corrections, s'il vous plaît. Il n'y a pas de correction?
Is there any amendment?
Amendement page 1. La réunion
Page
virtuelle.
1, the meeting of the 12th of October. Page 1. Any amendment?
Il n'y a pas d'amendement?
No amendment at all?
Il n'y a pas d'amendement?
No amendment.
On peut passer à la page 2.
We go to page 2. Page 2.
Amendement page 2.
Amendment on page 2.
Page 3. Amendement.
Page 3. Amendment, please.
Page 4.
Now it's on page 4.
Page 4. Amendement.
Page 4. Any amendment, please, dear colleagues?
Passons la page.
Let's go to page 5 then.
Page 6.
Page 6.
Est-ce que vous avez la copie de ce rapport?
Do you have the copy of this report?
Page 6.
Page 6.
Page 7.
Page 7.
Et finalement,
And finally,
nous sommes à la dernière page.
it's the last page, which is page 8.
Peut-on considérer qu'il y a pas de...
So can we consider that there is no amendment, or there hasn't been any amendment? Can we really conclude there is no amendment? So I consider there hasn't been any amendment
à la réunion
to the virtual meeting that took place on the 12th of October last year. Thank you.
Maintenant, je voudrais savoir, c'est
I would like to know who has to adopt, who proposed the adoption of the minute.
Y a-t-il quelqu'un qui peut?
Is there anybody who can propose any?
Thank you. Quelqu'un d'autre?
Anyone else?
Honorable Chair.
Ça va?
Oh, no.
Merci.
Madagascar and Seychelles. Zimbabwe, sorry.
Zimbabwe.
Le procès verbal est dûment...
The minute is adopted.
Honorable membre, y a-t-il...
Honorable members, are there any rising issues? We have to really consider all these issues. I would like members to raise any issue on the minute, each item, because the pages are not the same in both languages. So I'd like to the committee secretary to
Les questions ont déjà été soulevées.
to look into the question, the issue arising, or the matter arising, sorry.
Yeah. Y a-t-il des...
Are there any issues that can be raised now?
Chers collègues, y a-t-il des questions qui peuvent être...
Dear colleagues, are there any issues that you have?
Pas de questions.
No.
Pas de questions.
No issue at all.
Okay, je considère qu'il n'y a pas de
So I consider there is no issue at all. Honorable members, distinguished participants,
Nous commençons notre première session.
we starting our session.
Nous avons une personne ressource,
We have a resource person for this session, Madame Rachel Bondo,
coordinatrice du programme
coordinator of a regional learnership of public services, accountability monitor.
permanent.
I am going to invite Madame Gondo
Faire sa présentation.
to make a presentation in 30 minutes.
Cette présentation sera
This presentation will be followed by a discussion in plenary for about 30 minutes.
Madame Gondo est là.
Madame Gondo, I hope she's there.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
I just want to be able to be given permission to share my screen so that I can beam the presentation.
You can share.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, honorable members. All protocol observed. I'm just wanting to just double check if you can see my screen and you can see me as well.
Yes, thank you. You can continue.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I'd like to also acknowledge some of my colleagues that are actually in the room. My name is Rachel Gondo, and I am from the Public Service Accountability Monitor. We are a consortium member of the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance. And you can, some of my colleagues will be presenting as well. But I'm from the organization with the blue logo, PSAM. Our consortium is led by ActionAid International, as well as ActionAid country offices in Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Mozambique. We're also in partnership with the SAFEDs as well as ESAF. And we are funded by the Swiss Development Corporation. So essentially, my role in to start the conversation for today is to literally give an overview of public finance management, the basic principles around what it is, and how it is linked to resilient agricultural systems. They are actually said the right to food, because ultimately, when you are providing agriculture as service, as a public service, the aim is for the output, which is agricultural public service, to actually meet the needs of citizens. And the needs that it meets is mainly the right to food and other determinants as well. But the reason why public finance management systems exist are to literally produce these outputs that go out to meet the needs of the citizens, such that their lives are better as they progress through life. We also will also outline some key principles, or rather areas at which the legislature, and in this regard Parliament, can also play an effective role in terms of overseeing public finance management. I'll move to the next slide. So in essence, public finance management refers to the collection, identification of resources, of public resources. We identify these resources, we manage them, and then we spend them. And this is all part of our economy. The central objective, as I said before, of public finance management is to improve the lives of citizens through better management of public money. Agriculture is the core of all SADC states, and it plays a fundamental role in the transforming of African livelihoods. So in essence, effective public finance management is to ensure that the very limited and scarce resources that we have on this planet are utilized in a maximum and effective way, in such a way that we meet the most pressing needs at the best time, such that we can achieve our agriculture policies as well as other development objectives in a progressive and a sustainable way. So as part of the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance, we've been doing quite a lot of research in terms of collecting evidence around the performance of particular services within the health sector, as well as within the agriculture sector. And from the agriculture sector, some of our findings have pointed towards weaknesses within public finance management in the countries that we are focusing in. As I said, we're working in Tanzania, Malawi, Mozambique, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Some of these challenges, the main one is essentially inadequate resourcing towards agricultural development policy priorities. Inadequate resourcing in that the funding. Some countries may meet the commitments, the 10% as stated in the Malabo Declaration, but in some, this benchmark is not met. And even where it's met, we then look at questions to do with how the resources are actually utilized in order to meet the needs of citizens within the agriculture sector. We find that there are weaknesses within procurement. We find there are a number of instances of conflict of interest, as well as private and public state capture in public resource management processes, where you find that resources are being circumvented, diverted to facilitate private gain. But this is at the expense of the citizenry. Investment towards agriculture advisory services is very low. And in this instance, you may find that even these agricultural services are not actually equipped to actually play their functional role in terms of advising and assisting smallholder farmers to be able to adapt or adopt climate smart strategies to ensure food security, even at household and community level. We also find that through our monitoring, there's very minimal meaningful consultation and participation of smallholder farmers, especially female and young smallholder farmers in the development and implementation of agriculture policies. We also find that there are very limited funds, or there's not enough effort in terms of making sure that the mechanisms that exist within public finance management frameworks are actually operationalized to ensure that there is effective oversight internally when it comes to translating public resources, public money into public goods. And in this instance, we're talking about agriculture, public services, right? Those are the public good. And where there is weakened oversight, you may find that the services may then come out as inadequate or insufficient and will not actually go up to meet the needs of smallholder farmers and citizens in general. So it is important to make sure that we strengthen oversight over the whole system of public resource management. And when we're talking about the system, as the PSAA, we understand public resource management as a social accountability system, in that when a state or a government manages public funds, it is the state's responsibility to proactively provide information about how each of the stages within the public finance management cycle are working. Why is this important? It's important because we move from information, we make decisions based on the information we have. And so when we are identifying public resources, so the first stage there is planning and resource allocation, where we go through a process of identifying our sources of public resources, and we go through a process of identifying what are our actual needs as a nation, what are our needs within the sector. We do a needs assessment to determine the nature and extent of the gaps. When we identify these gaps, we then allocate resources accordingly, adequately as well, to these resources, to these issues, such that when it comes to the legislature engaging in debate and the budget is passed, we then look at, when we are monitoring our spending, we are monitoring our spending based on what we would have planned for. And what we would have planned for is actually informed by the actual needs, as it were, as they are playing out on the ground. In our spending of resources, we make sure we spend effectively, economically, and we observe the principles of good operational management, which include the principle of value for money, not wasting the very limited resources we have as nations. Also in our spending, we make sure that we manage our results. We make sure we monitor the extent to which we are achieving our our set targets, and how we are making sure that the gains that we have made over the years are not regressing, but rather remain and they are sustained, and we progressively improve our agricultural service delivery. All through within the planning and our spending and managing of results, we ensure that we put in place mechanisms or ensure we have integrity management systems within each of these processes to ensure that there isn't misuse or abuse of public funds, or even misappropriation of public funds. Because if we utilize resources for what they are not planned for, what we had planned for will not be achieved. And the last process speaks to oversight, which is where we have our supreme audit institutions, our Auditor General, as well as the legislator as well. Parliaments are a key oversight institution to ensure that each of those processes are working optimally. Each of these processes have a purpose in which they exist. With the first one, as nations, we are prioritizing that we are acknowledging that we have limited resources. We have a number of needs, but we have limited resources. These limited resources, these are the choices that we have made. And when the budget is brought to the House, to the National Assembly, it is the legislature's role is to participate in the choice making and in making the final decision to say that of all the needs that we have, we are prioritizing in the medium term, this is in the 5-year, and in the short term, when we engage with the annual budgets, we are prioritizing that the minimal resources that we have, we are going to effectively use them to address 1, 2, 3 things. These are the choices that we have made within this sector, within our agriculture sector. And when we spend, members of the legislature are responsible for actively seeking out the information that is coming out from budget implementation. That is your financial reports, your progress reports, your performance reports, and these reports will inform members of the House how the budget is being implemented, how resources are being used in light of what you would have approved the budget, in what you would have approved the plan, right? What you would have approved for. And where there are inconsistencies, where you find that this is what we approved the budget for, and now spending is not in line or aligned to what we had approved. It is the responsibility of the legislature as representatives of the citizenry to engage with the executive on these variances and on these differences, seeking explanation. This is why, this is what is happening, this is why it is happening, and justifications around why there are these variances and deviations. And to what extent will the system take corrective action to go back on the track at which we would have set? Because the assumption is that when we make these choices, they are based on the actual felt needs of the citizens. And when we start to spend not aligned to the people's priorities, it means that we are meeting other priorities that do not align with what the people's priorities are. And as representatives of the citizens, the people's priorities, you are the guardians of the people's priorities. And it is your responsibility to ensure that all of these stages work in such a way that the people's priorities are realized. And as in my explanation, I hope you have gathered that if there is a weakness in planning or a weakness within spending, there is definitely going to be a knock-on effect on the output, on the end result that then comes out of the system. And we cannot then expect to have achieved our policies in 100% when there have been deviations and a change in what we would have planned for and how we would have set out our spending, as well as the results that we would have set for ourselves. Not achieving them sets us back, essentially. Parliaments as elected officials represent their constituencies. So within the public resource management cycle, there are many instances where the legislature have an important role to play. And I would like to just come to these 4 stages and emphasize here that within budget formulation, the role of the legislature is to determine the budget priorities. As I said, these are the choices. And to ensure that the needs of the constituencies are represented in this very technical process. In our research, we've also found that in engaging with members of parliament in the countries that we're working in, there are also instances where the legislature may feel that we may not be accorded the certain amount of time, a certain, good, sufficient time to consider some of these budget priorities. You may find that you are called into a budget engagement at the tail end when the budget is going to be presented to you in a month's time. You are being called for a budget priority conversation with Treasury or with the Ministry of Finance. And members of Parliament have complained that that's too little time. If you want us to play a meaningful role in this process, engage us from the beginning. How do you determine budget ceilings? How do you then determine which priorities to service? When you are having the conversations, Ministry of Finance, with the different ministries and departments that receive funding from the national budget, you need to include us in that conversation, because we also have meaningful information from our constituencies to contribute in that conversation. And that has been an ongoing issue in a number of countries, but essentially there's also a number of opportunities in that space to push for more engagement in terms of the determining of medium-term priorities as well as medium-term expenditure frameworks. It's a very technical process, and that's why it's important for members of the legislature to be acquainted with your parliamentary budget offices, or also with your parliament staff clerks who, especially within the budget clerks and the public accounts committee clerks and parliament researchers, because they may also be able to offer you, technical support and technical assistance in understanding some of these very technical processes. When it comes to budget approval, during the legislative debate, MPs are responsible to scrutinize what is to be implemented, taking into account existing revenue. Before we actually pass the budget, we need to actually look at the realistic nature of these estimates. We look at our past performance. How have we been collecting? How much revenue have we been receiving? In terms of support from our developing partners, how has it been managed? How much have we been receiving? When have we been receiving these funds? And how does it all work in terms of, how does it all play out in the rest of the cycle? This information is very important because we cannot pass a budget and a plan on false or inflated information. So it's important for members of the legislature to be informed on revenue and past performance in terms of the identification of sources of funds for service delivery. Because we cannot, pass a budget and commit to meeting or delivering these particular activities or providing these particular outputs when we know that our capacity to actually do this is not as we would want it to be. And so it's best for us to work with what we are able to do. Our expectations need to be managed. This is for the whole nation. In terms of budget execution, this is very important because as members of parliament, you pass the budget, you enact the budget. And when it is time for spending, it is your responsibility to proactively seek out information from the executive on how the budget is being implemented. Within our public finance management frameworks, there are particular documents that are outlined to come out at particular set times within the fiscal year. We have our monthly financial statements that are produced by ministries, departments, and agencies, and these are fed to Treasury. At the end of the quarter, the ministries, departments, and agencies are compelled to send this information to the legislature as a form of reporting. In the countries that we have been monitoring, we find that reporting practice between the executive and the legislature is very weak in particular areas. You find that some information is sent later than when it is expected, or information is not provided at all, which then compromises the ability of you as members of parliament to actually play your oversight role. And it is here we say that there is an opportunity for honorable members to think through ways in which you can put in place mechanisms to compel the executive, additional mechanisms if there are any, if there aren't any. Or strengthen the existing mechanisms to compel the executive to report on how resources are being managed in an ongoing, consistent manner, such that your oversight role is not compromised. When it comes to budget evaluation, this is where we are looking at our year-end reports. What did we achieve at the end of the year? How far did we progress towards our particular targets? We look at our financial statements. Our financial statements are a true representation of our financial standing as a government, as a nation, as a ministry. And then we engage as well with the audit reports. This is a process, the audit process is verifying, in essence, we have different types of audits. And when we engage with our public finance management frameworks, we find that we may have, special investigative forensic audits. We may have value for money audits, which look at the extent to which our outputs that have come out of the public finance management system have actually led to the kind of outcomes we are looking to have as a nation. These are our development outcomes. We also look at the financial audits, which basically speak to the financial standing of the ministries, departments, and agencies. It's very important for parliaments to engage with the audit process because in essence, it actually gives a verified position of how the resources have been spent, as well as to what extent the resources that were spent have actually moved us towards the envisioned destination that we have as nations. That information is critical because as we go into the next planning cycle or for the medium term, even for the short term, we are then able to make a timely corrective action to avoid wasting the very scarce resources we have as nations. I think with that, I'd like to end here and also leave it also open to say that my colleagues will also take you through various aspects of public finance management, but mainly focusing on how it is the backbone of resilient agriculture systems. I would like to end my submission here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Over to you, moderator.
Honorables membres, chers collègues, après avoir suivi le discours.
Honorable members, dear colleagues, after following the presentation by Madame Gondo, I think we might have some comments, especially that we are part of the commission that the committee that she talked about. So I leave now the floor to you. If you want to raise your hand, you please start by saying your country as well as your name, and then you can take the floor.
Mes collègues.
Dear colleagues.
Oui, présentez-vous s'il vous plaît, collègues, et dites le pays.
Okay. Would you mind presenting yourselves, colleague? Okay, from Mozambique. Okay. Yeah, you have the floor, sir.
Mais uma vez, bom dia. Obrigado pela concessão.
Once again, good morning and thank you for assigning me the floor.
Vou fazer a minha intervenção com base.
I'm going to make my intervention based on a comment. Your Excellency, the chair of this committee, you mentioned during the introduction of this event, when you said that agriculture hasn't been an area that receives special attention in some countries or states. I would even go further and say that there is no development in a country where we have environmental problems, where we have nutrition problems. We have just had, I don't know how to call the name of the presenter. I think it's Ms. Rachel Gondo, As we know, we are a committee, and those who avail the funds normally is the financial sector. Therefore, we are aware of how to supervise. But we are MPs, and in different areas in our respective countries, there are those who might belong to the plan and budget finance committee. But here, we have people from different committees who belong to this Committee of Agriculture. Therefore, I'd like to know, how can we reconcile these two sides? Agriculture, we know very well, this is the area that comes from development of a certain country. Agriculture in the last years has suffered both from climate issues and even deficit budgets. And most of SADC states, we have our constraints. We have problems, for example, in social areas like health, education, and also agriculture. So most of us, we do what can be done or what is possible, knowing that we cannot do what we wish to, but this is availed by the central governments. This is what I would like to say. This is what I'd like to mention. I'd like to believe that many of us will give their own inputs, but normally in our countries.
Thank you very much, sir, for intervention. Is there any other comment? I see my colleague there from Zimbabwe.
Merci, allez-y, s'il vous plaît.
Okay, you have the floor, please.
A few comments that I want to make. But first of all, I would like to thank Rachel Kondo for her presentation on public finance management. So it is a good thinking, but I have a question, especially on the budget, which she was talking subject when we talk about food, because we may produce food, but which is not nutritious. So all these things included, I think there's need for us to go deeper and talk about these activities. And also looking at agriculture, we are not only looking at sustainability of food, because some countries as of now take agriculture as a business, whereby economically the countries have to grow through agriculture. And if we go deeper into that one, we find that we need a lot of assistance, because we don't have sufficient resources to carry out those duties that we are talking about in agriculture. For now, Mr. Chairman, I submit.
Thank you so much. Yes, Madam Gondo.
Yes, Madam Gondo. Madam Gondo, can you hear us?
Can you please make a comment in relation to the question being asked to you, for you? Please, thank you.
Definitely. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, honorable members, for your questions. I will start with the first question that, if I understood correctly, I think we all acknowledge that as members of parliament, we play in you as honorable members function in many different roles within your national parliaments, and that how your parliament is structured and how it works it may differ from country to country, but essentially your role is oversight. And from my presentation, I looked at it from a broad and general, more like principle, standpoint, where even if you are functioning in the small to medium enterprises committee, when we as citizens see you in parliament, we may not necessarily understand that you only function within the small to medium enterprises committee. We assume that when you go in there, you're going in there to represent all of us in everything, right? And I would like to believe that there are instances where you come together, whether it be through special interest caucuses, like as the Women's Caucus, when you come together, even in your smaller committees on particular issues. There are instances where you yourselves also interact with the whole system. When you pass the budget, when you have your question and answers on particular issues, you'll be looking at the system entirely. On behalf of the citizens, whilst acknowledging the different roles you may play, we ask that I think it's important that we invest more time in understanding public finance management and how the many different intricate layers in which it happens have a knock-on or subsequent effect in how, whether you're in this particular committee that is looking at health, or whether you're in the committee that is looking at food security. So in essence, there are points at which you can engage with documents that speak to the system as a whole, and also make linkages and networks with others who may be in those committees to better understand and also lobby and influence each other on some of these issues. Coming to the last question and contribution that was made, I think it's very important, Honorable Mohadi, you raise a very important point in that when the budget is passed, those resources are actually meant to go and meet the needs of those in our society that have the bare minimum. Not those who are in relative poverty and the like. It is meant, the budget is meant to meet the needs of those who are in absolute poverty, or those who are in the most vulnerable positions within our society. And this speaks to the rural women, as you said. If you remember correctly in my submission, I highlighted that from our monitoring in the 5 countries that we've been working in, meaningful consultation of smallholder women farmers and of young farmers. There's not much of that. There's a lot of budget consultations are held in a rush. Communities, and these consultations are held in a central place where even in rural areas, most households are disparate, isn't it? And you have to travel long distances to go to the city center or to the growth point or to wherever the budget committee will be visiting or where the council will be having these budget consultations. Therefore, women are actually, these smallholder women farmers and young people are not afforded the chance to actually participate in shaping what the money should be used for. So in terms of the role of the legislature in that, you honorable members are representative of your constituency. So the other tactic that we citizens look to is you yourselves representing our interests in the spaces that we may not necessarily reach, or where the spaces that are there are inaccessible still to us. And so we ride on you to actually raise our issues and put them at the forefront. But there's need for us to know when prioritization is happening within the public finance management cycle. Because there's no point in raising issues to do with needs when we are already implementing, right? Or within the cycle, most of these processes happen along more or less along parallel lines, but it's important for us to ride on the technical resource people that exists within our national parliament to guide us on where we can take some of these needs and channel them. When is the right time for me to actually engage with the executive, and in particular the Ministry of Finance or Treasury, around this particular issue that is affecting smallholder women farmers in the country. And this would be the opportune time. And this is how I would then monitor to what extent the Treasury has taken on board my contribution. And if they haven't, I as a member of parliament have the standing and power to actually question them, to say, I brought in this contribution. How have we taken it on board? And if I do not see it represented in the budget now, or I don't even see it in the ministry strategic plan, if we're talking to the actual sector ministry, it's important for us to ask these questions at the right time and make sure that there is oversight and eagle eye watching, following over this priority. In essence, those are my submissions for now. Thank you, moderator.
Y a-t-il quelqu'un d'autre qui peut apporter une autre?
Do we have another? Thank you very much, Mrs. Rachel. Do you can we have somebody else, maybe with a contribution on this important subject? Angola.
Helena Bongela, from the National Assembly of Angola. Firstly, Chairperson of the committee, I'd like to congratulate the presenter. I did not follow the presentation in its entirety because I had to go out, but I have some opinions concerning the theme. I am speaking now because I'll be going out immediately afterwards. Excellencies, the SADC model law concerning public funds, public finance management, it is a great challenge for member states of this regional platform. The greatest challenge is, above all, its domestication at member state level. Therefore, the need for capacity building, periodic capacity building of the technical personnel in terms of supervision and management, so that public finance management can correspond to the needs of the citizen. In order to achieve this desired result, member states need to counter the weaknesses, institutional weaknesses, which are less transparent, legal challenges or gaps the weaknesses in the national debt, corruption, nepotism, and other evils that are inexistent in many member states of the region. Therefore, distinguished colleagues, in terms of food, agriculture, and natural resources, which is our area of focus for this committee, I would like to make the following pronouncements so that at the end I may raise some recommendations. Member states of SADC have a huge economic potential due to its geographic location with fertile lands, hydrographic resources, and richness in natural resources. But unfortunately, hunger, unemployment, deficient infrastructure are prevalent. Medical assistance, high mortality rate, these are characteristics of our countries. We hope that through the SADC model law on public finance management, countries may revert the situation to engage national assemblies or parliaments so that budgets and other public funds may be channeled to programs and projects for sustainable development for member states and communities. The control mechanisms, supervision and auditing, whenever possible, should complete the cycle of transparency, good governance, in order to benefit the populations in Africa, our Africa. 80% of food is produced by families, especially women. The woman has a great role. They become heads of families at the same time. If we want a developed economy, we need to make this change. We need to invest a great deal in family agriculture for food security and sovereignty. And we also need to make good use of natural resources in order to balance our economies and to improve the livelihoods of our populations. There's a need also for investment to create one-stop border posts that will allow for products to be moved freely along our borders, and in such a way reducing our dependence on finished goods coming from countries outside our region.
Feitas essas considerações e reflexões.
Distinguished colleagues, I would like to end my intervention by providing some recommendations. The laws for agriculture and for exploitation of natural resources need to be sustainable, based on green economy and ecology. Give more power and budget in order to design or designate such
para as diversas rúbricas, mas
by providing these funds to different sectors. But before anything, we need to hear the public so that the budget does not come being less of what is expected.
Destinados ao setor da agricultura para se alcançar
the budget line for agriculture need to attain 10% as stipulated by SADC. This is the 10% that is the target for SADC, but there are governments that allocate less than 10%, and therefore this is impossible because agriculture is the pillar for development, economic development. We need to create a credit system in the banks with very low interest rates, giving priority to agricultural research and agricultural institutions, which are the basis for agriculture, in collaboration with the extensionist services, so that these may be incorporated. Otherwise, we shall remain with the rudimentary agriculture, which is the agricultural practices without any knowledge that may result in good harvest. This also involves producers and of food and livestock. We also need to make sure that national companies benefit from natural resources. There are fewer companies of this nature due to the difficulties or lack of incentives for citizens to be part of these services. Therefore, I have to say we are facing a huge challenge. These are some of the challenges I managed to identify, but there are many others. In order to transform our potential, in order to elevate our people, I would like to say that as representatives of the people, we are prohibited to fail. We are prohibited to fail because this is Africa's hour. Thank you very much for the time given. This is my opinion concerning development in the agricultural sector. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Peço desculpas.
Thank you very much.
I apologize if you see any movements on my side. It's because I have to go back to Angola today. Therefore, I shall leave the room.
Have a safe trip.
Mrs. Gondo, is there any way can I have more comments, please, on question asked by our colleague from Angola? Would you please?
Okay, so I didn't actually get your question, but more what I found from the honorable member's contribution were very useful insights, especially, I think for me, the one that resonated the most for me was the importance of actually involving those affected in the shaping of how resources are used, those affected by services, involving them in the decision-making process around how the resources are utilized. And another thing that that resonated with me was the point around the extent to which our nations are actually benefiting the most from our public resources. And in this instance, we're talking about our natural resources, our gas, our coal, the different minerals and the like. And the fact that that is actually a very sore point for us, because we see so much of it, but very little of it translates into our actual lived experience in terms of, improved access to health, improved access to agricultural advisory services that allow me to adapt and utilize strategies that will ensure that my home will be well fed, on nutritious food, and they grow up, because if you're not, fed, if you're not full, if you go to school, you won't be able to learn because you'll just be thinking about, and if you don't learn, you will not be able to be productive in society and in the economy. So everything literally ties back or is interdependent on each other. And it all comes back to how we manage our resources. So in the budget formulation phase, I'd like to put a challenge to the honorable members in their varying capacities to actually look to engage and ask very difficult questions when it comes to identifying sources of revenue. When it comes to engaging with, revenue receipts from our national, tax revenue services, right? Engage with what is being committed, and engage with which companies are actually not complying with the law of the land. Why are they not complying with the law of the land? Because them not complying and not actually remitting or undervaluing some of their mineral exports is actually at the detriment of us in terms of our agricultural systems, our health systems, our education systems. So if you can allow me to be audacious here, if we can employ bulldog teeth in following the money, where's the money coming from? And when the money arrives, let's also have an eagle eye on when it's moving from procurement. How is procurement happening within our ministries? Is it fair? Is it based on merit? Are tenders being awarded without goods being verified? Are products that are provided not the quality that was actually, floated for, those kinds of very, very crucial bits of information are important because of the representative function of honorable members. You get to then engage with some of these towers of power where we ordinary citizens cannot actually. And so we rest on you to ask these very difficult questions, no matter how tough they may be. But as the last contribution highlighted, our lives are depending on it. And it's not even just our lives, it's our children's lives are depending on how we manage resources now. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you so much to you. Yeah, I think we work a lot actually for the 5th day. So we have a right to get a break and we're back at 11:10. Thank you so much.
Interpreters online, can I just test the English channel again, please?
Hello. 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 You're welcome.
Nous tenons à nous excuser pour
We apologize for the technical glitches. Honorable members, we are now going to start the second section of our meeting.
Okay, instead of the one. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Honorable members, now we're going to start the second session of our meeting. This session is specifically an interactive session with Madame Léonard Dikobe,
qui va faire des commentaires par rapport à
she's going to make some observations
ceux qui ont été. En fait, c'est pas
on it's not an independent consultant.
Alors, cette activité,
this activity,
notre programme,
according to our agenda, will take 1 hour. That's why I would like to call the chairperson of our committee to make some observations.
The chairs. That's later. Where is she? He's there. Okay.
I think you presented.
Okay. Il y a moyen de faire le commentaire à partir de là-bas, s'il vous plaît?
Can you do your observations from there where you are? Is it all right?
Yes, thank you. I would like not to do it from here because I am running a presentation. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, up to 17.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
May I start?
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Just a quick introduction. My name is Leonard Dikobe. I am working with a colleague of mine whose name appears on the agenda, Senior Obuseng. Because there are parallel sessions, he is with the TIFI committee at the moment.
Exactly.
And I am running the session with the FANR. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. Go ahead, sir.
The evaluation that we're doing is of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Strategic Plan, which was written back in 2019. It's a strategy that's run until 2023. So we are doing a mid-term evaluation of the strategy. So this committee is one of the important stakeholders that we are engaging in our assessment of how the strategy was implemented, but also reflecting on how the strategy was designed. So your participation in this evaluation of the strategy is absolutely important. We will request you to kindly share your views.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you raise your voice, please?
Oh.
Yeah, it's a little bit low.
Okay. The mic is, if I may remove my mask.
That could be better.
The last time they checked, which was now 48 hours ago, I was COVID negative. I hope things haven't changed. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that will be a little more audible. Thank you. All right. So I was at this point imploring the committee that would request that you kindly and generously share with us your views and experience with regard to the strategic plan, especially the implementation, by responding to the questions I am going to raise and engage with you on. Some of the questions are open-ended, but most of them are an assessment based on the Likert scale of 1 to 6, where 6 is things went very well, and where 1 is things did not go well at all, and it's a sort of sliding scale from 1 to 6. I'll just reflect it there on the screen. I'll try and make it look bigger. Oh, that helps much better. Great. All right. So where we're saying things went really well, and we give it a score 6, we mean that all the performance parameters were fully met as planned. And it slides all the way down to 1, where we're saying things did not go so well. And we're saying none of the parameters were met, none. And then that there were severe shortcomings. Yeah, hopefully that is a rarity. Okay, if we proceed down, the first thing that we would like to be appraised on is the familiarity of the committee with the strategy. So if you could help me there, Mr. Chair, facilitate a show of hands for those honorable members that are aware of this strategic plan of 2019 to 2023 of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. How those honorable members who are aware of the strategy, if they could kindly do so, confirm so with a show of hands, we would appreciate that.
Okay. Y a-t-il quelqu'un qui peut soulever la main?
People can raise their hands, those who are familiar with this strategic plan. Is there anyone who knows, who is familiar with this plan? By show of hands.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Leonard. I wondered if we can, as we don't have ends, I don't know if you can try to explain to us a little bit, so that'll help our colleague and members to understand exactly, to fully understand exactly what is going on. Would you please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will do that, but I think very, very briefly.
Appreciate it.
But hopefully sufficiently enough for the honorable members to appreciate what the strategy is about.
Of course.
As I indicated, the strategy was prepared back in started operating in 2019. It's a strategy that will run till 2023. Mm-hmm. At this stage, we are at the midpoint evaluation of the strategy. The strategy is the Parliamentary Forum strategy. So it's meant to guide how the forum will conduct its business, what the priority areas for the forum will be, and the partnerships that the forum will nurture in order to reach its vision. The process of preparing the strategy also includes defining the vision of the organization, the Parliamentary Forum, and the mission, and it sets out the key objectives that the organization intends to achieve over the period of over the strategy period. Now, in this particular strategy, I will just share with the committee here what the vision of the strategy was. it was to be a flag bearer of democratization and socio-economic development for the SADC region. It was to be the organization that would showcase democratization and socio-economic development in the SADC region. It's through it that the world would be able to better witness what democratization and socio-economic development looks like. The mission, the things that the Parliamentary Forum intended to do was to promote and facilitate the parliamentary processes that are necessary to enhance the oversight functions, the legislative, the budgetary, and the representative functions of the members of parliament at both national levels and regional levels. In doing so, there would be bridging the gaps between parliaments and citizens. I think these sentiments were made in the previous session where we said parliamentarians are the ones that represent the wider citizenry in issues of engaging with resource mobilization to promote development on the ground, promote health, promote education, and food security. So the mission would be to bridge the gap between parliamentarians and the ordinary citizens so that the SADC region can become a cradle of participatory democracy. SADC would become the place people talk about, the place people come to witness or experience participatory democracy. That was the mission that was set back in 2019. And that's the mission that we are pursuing right up to the end of the strategy period, which is 2023. There were also specific objectives that were set. These are like the building blocks of the bigger thing we want to achieve as the Parliamentary Forum. And there were 7 of those. I believe that honorable members will find familiarity as I go through many of these, because these are the building blocks that have been guiding the work of the Parliamentary Forum. Strategic objective 1 is to promote inter-parliamentary cooperation, diplomacy, and dialogue on issues of regional interest as a way of advancing democratization and socio-economic development in the region. So the key things there are that the cooperation between parliaments, the diplomacy and the dialogue on regional issues. The other objective is to align and harmonize, but also create operational and institutional linkages between the Parliamentary Forum standing committees, such as the one we're in at this moment, the programs, and the SADC organs and sectors, so that we can promote integration within the SADC region. So the key elements there are the linking the Parliamentary Forum standing committees and its programs with the SADC organs and sectors, so that we are singing from the same hymn, so to say. The third strategic objective was to facilitate capacity development and other programs of support to the members of parliament and staff of parliaments, so that their skills are augmented, they are knowledgeable, and they have the competencies to face emerging challenges. One could quote climate change, for instance, where this objective is about supporting members of parliament so they understand the implications of climate change to agriculture, to the water sector, to the energy sector, to development in general in the SADC region. It is through this objective that we would provide capacity for both the members of parliament and the staff of the various parliaments in the region. The fourth strategic objective is to lobby and advocate equal and equitable representation of women and youth in political and decision-making positions within the region. So we would have in key positions, in parliaments, in staff of parliaments, equitable representation of women and youth in these positions. So that was one of our objectives, the fourth objective. The fifth objective, Mr. Chair, is to advocate and lobby for the establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum as a regional parliament through a phased transformation and with approval, obviously, of members of parliaments and the SADC policy organs. The sixth strategic objective was to formalize policy and operational relationships with the Pan-African Parliament, with the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and other inter-parliamentary bodies. So we would formalize how we work with these parliamentary bodies. We would formalize the policy that allow us to engage better and more productively with these parliamentary bodies. The seventh strategic objective, Mr. Chair, was to ensure the financial and human resources sustainability of the SADC Parliamentary Forum through good governance and prudent planning. That's the seventh and the last, but not the least important. So those are the 7 building blocks that we, back in 2019, said these 7 are collectively important to help us to become what we intend to become, which is the flag bearer of democratization and socioeconomic development in the SADC region. So that is the strategy in brief, Mr. Chair. So our task is to find out from the honorable members how well or the extent to which we have achieved or we have made progress, because the strategy is still ongoing. The extent to which we've made some progress towards achieving the mission or towards achieving the vision, more importantly, and also go through every one of the strategic objectives to say, have we built the capacity? Have we been able to harmonize our work with those of the SADC organs? Have we been able to lobby for equal and equitable representation, et cetera, and that we will form a judgment, we'll form an opinion to say whether we've divided into 3, whether the green is we've achieved everything that needed to be achieved, or we are on track, we are heading in the right direction to being able to achieve the things we intended to achieve, or we are off track, we need to stop and change direction or change gear. So that's why we then suggested those 3 evaluation formats: achieved, on track, or off track. So if at this point you would allow me, Mr. Chair, that I would seek feedback on the vision of the SADC Parliamentary Forum of being the flag bearer of democratization and socioeconomic development, to say, has that been achieved, or it's on track to be achieved, or it's off track? If I may kindly request the feedback of the honorable members on their vision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Does anybody have any comment on that? Chair, please, colleague, go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. I think the flag bearer of democratization and social economic development in the SADC region is on track, because there are some stages that were undertaken, even though we have not reached the final destination, but I think there is progress on that issue.
Okay. Thank you. Any more comments, please? Yeah, Madagascar. No, Mozambique, sorry. Apologies.
Bom, primeiro agradecer a concessão da palavra por parte de Vossa Excelência que preside esta sessão. Seguir.
Well, firstly, to thank the floor by the chairperson, and also to thank the facilitator or presenter in this case for the patience he has demonstrated by reminding us of the vision. Going into the issue, each country is a country, even though we all belong to the same region. I believe that we are in the right path in terms of creating certain mechanisms for the achievement of this vision until 2023, concerning all the aspects here mentioned. An example that we can note in our parliament is the number of women MPs. We can also see that there are countries such as mine, where in the Council of Ministers we have already achieved 50% of gender parity. This is my contribution. I think it is a long way to go, but I believe we shall arrive at our destination. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Can you continue, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
If there are no comments, the proposal was that in terms of achieving the vision, we are on track. And from the comments, I did not hear an objection. I think there was more of a consensus, if any. So I will record that as being on track. I'll put an X there under on track to say that in terms of the vision, the view of the members of parliament here is that we are on track. Okay. I will then move, if you allow me, Mr. Chair, to the mission to say, just to read it again, to say our mission was to promote and facilitate parliamentary processes that are necessary to enhance the oversight functions, the legislative functions, the budgetary and representative functions of members of parliament at both national and regional levels by bridging the gaps between parliamentarians and citizens. Now, my request is the feedback from the members of parliament. How well have we achieved that? Are we on track or are we off track towards promoting and facilitating those, the enhancement of oversight, legislative functions, budgetary functions, representation roles, and bridging that gap between ordinary citizens and members of parliament? Have we gotten closer to the people? Should be one of the questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. I think on this question, we have achieved. Why saying so? You find that parliamentarians, even at their national parliaments, we have got outreaches that we do, reaching out to the citizens so that we are together in whatsoever we do. Just recently, if I can give an example of my country, Zimbabwe, we found that there is a bill which is on. There was a bill which was on child marriages. We had an outreach on that one, and we had to consult the people, the citizens in their respective areas, and the decision that was passed on the marriages bill was both from parliamentarians and the citizens together. That is an achievement on its own. And on the budgetary issues, here we are at the moment, whereby the SADC-PF had organized the model or the public budget management. And I think we are on track.
Okay.
I don't think we are lost at all.
Exactly. Thank you. Yes, please, go ahead. Which country? Zambia.
Zambia, Mutintamasoka from Zambia. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity, and thank you to the presenter. If I'm following my colleague here, if I may give an example of my country on this facilitation, to the national and the regional levels. We in Zambia have what we call CDF. That is in short. This is a constituency development fund. And each constituency has been given more than 1 million dollars.
Zimbabwe, Zambia.
US, yes, Zambia.
Okay.
Now, this has been decentralized. This money goes straight to the councils in those constituencies. And there are ward development committees who will sit and decide how they are going to use that money in each ward of that particular constituency. It has been thrown back to the people. So the people themselves decide what they want to do with that money. And in order to empower the citizens of those communities, government has directed that if there is a school to be built in that particular constituency or ward, nobody from outside that constituency should be given, the opportunity to come and build that school.
Okay.
But the community themselves should do that, thereby keeping that money within the communities. That is empowering.
Exactly.
There are things like, schools, bridges, small bridges, of course, clinics. Also, from this same CDF, we have bursaries for the vulnerable children so that they can go to school. And our government has now opened up. Every child will go to school free.
Okay.
And as a result, there aren't enough spaces, school spaces for the children.
Yeah.
Because those children who were previously disadvantaged
have now been advantaged. Now they can go back to school because the government is paying for their school fees. So there is a lot of empowerment going on. And I think, as far as this particular subject is concerned, the mission, I think we are on track. I was just giving you the example of my own country. Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, please go ahead. Which country?
Seychelles.
Seychelles.
Okay, I think we have achieved this in Seychelles. Our country is small, less than 100,000 people. So we do have oversight. It's easy to have oversight. We deal with the budget and we visit our people, our citizens every week. All MPs, we have clinics with our citizens. So we do door-to-doors every week. And we record it because we need it for our party system to see what we are doing, not just nothing. So I think we have achieved this, but now we need to maintain it to perfection. So I think we have achieved this in my country at least.
Thank you so much. Any more comments, please? Mr. Leonard, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, honorable members, for the contributions, the perspectives. From what I'm hearing is that we are on track in terms of the mission of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And thank you for the examples. Also, that's very useful. That's very informative. So the mark will go here to say that we are on track. Then we would move to the specific objectives. The 7 of them, but because we've already covered them in terms of understanding better what they are and how they form part of the puzzle that collectively informs our mission. We'll go through them one by one, and hopefully we'll be able to move a little bit faster because I'm seeing here that we are about to run out of time, Mr. Chair. So if we could share our opinion on how we are doing in terms of the first objective of cooperation between parliaments and the dialogue on regional issues within the SADC region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leonard. Mr. Leonard, is there anything you need to add? Have you completely finished?
No, Mr. Chair. At this point, I've just reviewed, or we've just reviewed, our progress on the vision as shown on the screen, where we said we're on track. We've said in terms of the mission, we're on track. Now we need to go objective by objective, where, for instance, we have the strategic objective 1. We need to inform ourselves how far we have gone. Are we on track? Is it fully achieved, or are we off track on just that objective of cooperation between parliaments? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Yeah, just hand.
Thank you, moderator. But I think before we go to strategic, or whether it is objective number 1, on the mission, I think where some of the items were achieved, and we have both achieved and on track, because about the participatory democracy and bridging the gap between parliaments and the citizens. I think it was fully explained by all those members who contributed here, saying that they are achieving some of the issues. So I think there is an element of achieve and also on track.
Okay. Please, Mr. Leonard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have noted that that some elements have been achieved, but we will keep the mark, the X, on track, because it's only some of the elements. Others we're still working towards achieving them. So we will keep it on track, but not withstanding that, or not forgetting that some of the processes we've set, some of the policies, they are in place, so those have been achieved, but the bigger mission, we're still working towards it, but we're appreciating we are heading in the right direction.
Exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Yes, please, Zambia.
Thank you, Chair, again. On strategic objective 1, I think to a certain extent, we have achieved. I say so because, from time to time, there are parliamentary, committees visiting other jurisdictions within the region. So to that extent, I will say that yes, we have achieved. But there are certain aspects where we still have to work to achieve. For example, trade. We are still very behind on this one, in my view. Because, we shouldn't, as a region, if I come, for example, I'm neighbors, my country, neighbors with Zimbabwe, Malawi, Angola, and the others. I shouldn't be having to have a visa. I shouldn't have to pay for the goods from within the region. If I go to Malawi to buy something, I should not be asked to pay duty.
Okay.
Because, we are supposed to be cooperating, thereby growing our economies. But if we are going to have to charge each other this and that, no, you don't have the right papers, you can't enter, that is going to draw us back. ECOWAS has beaten us by far because themselves don't have such stringent rules or laws. They move from one country to another freely and they trade freely. So I think it's also time for SADC region to start, developing, our, cooperation in those lines as the ECOWAS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Yes, please, go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madagascar, I'm from Madagascar.
Tout d'abord,
First and foremost,
pour nous, Madagascar,
for us in Madagascar, we have we have reached this objective of inter-parliamentary cooperation, and also see that in SADC there is also the promotion of agriculture, because after the pandemic, Madagascar has been touched by this pandemic. As you know, Madagascar, a very small population, and most of them depend on agriculture as the main activity, and we've got a lot of demand for export. So as we are doing evaluation of our objectives for any development, is it possible to also look for another partner which can invest, like the one we had on the health system, and allocate the budget for agriculture? Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead, colleague.
Thank you, moderator. I think on the promotion of inter-parliamentary cooperation and diplomacy, if we look into gender issues, you find that we've seen that a country like Rwanda has achieved the 50% of women. So we find that other parliaments are now visiting Rwanda in order to get information how they managed to achieve that one. And we can see other countries like, is it Malawi? Or which one, I can't remember very well, which is towards achieving. Even South Africa itself, they are is now better, of which we see that we're in the near future, parliaments will have achieved their 50% representation of women at decision making.
Thank you. Mr. Leonard, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just consolidating the comments that I'm hearing is that we are on track. We've cited examples of what is going well. We have noted where there are areas of improvement, especially around trade and agricultural investment. So generally, it's that the objective is on track. The objective is on track. There are areas of improvements. There are some areas that have been achieved. So at this juncture, if we could elaborate on the second strategic objective, which is about linking the SADC Parliamentary Forum standing committees and its programs with the SADC organs so that we can promote integration in the region. How well is the SADC Parliamentary Forum and this forum? How well is this forum linking with the SADC organs and the SADC Secretariat and other sectors? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any comments, please? Any comments? It appeared that no one is a comment. Yes, please go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just afraid, but I'm not very sure. Yeah, I think it is also on track because we found that when SADC Parliamentary Forum is advocating for it to become a SADC parliamentary parliament, it links with other SADC member states and for advocating for that. I think it is a positive juncture.
Okay. Any more comment, please? Any comment, please? Please go ahead, Mr. Leonard.
Thank you.
No problem.
Let me acknowledge the contribution of Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me take this moment to appreciate the contribution of the members of Parliament on the second objective, which is about linking with the SADC organs, that it's an objective that is being implemented. It's on course, as in on track, and it still has possibility. It's work in progress. The third strategic objective, which is about capacity development for members of Parliament and staff of Parliament to develop skills, knowledge, and competencies to face emerging challenges. How well is this being implemented? Is it fully achieved? Is it on track, or is totally off track? Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Any more contribution? No complete contribution at all. Please, forward. Mr. Leonard, yes, please.
Okay, if you allow me, Mr. Chair, I am going to challenge honorable members because this is directly speaking to the honorable members, whether they have had capacity building, they've had their skills augmented, they've had increased knowledge and competencies on some of the emerging issues, like human trafficking, for instance, like wildlife, illegal wildlife trade and trafficking, issues of climate change, how they affect agriculture, how they affect water. Some of our water generates energy. So to what extent have members of Parliament been appraised, been given skills on how to interpret these issues in the proper context? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leonard. Yes, please.
Thank you, moderator. I think on skills, really, as parliamentarians, linking with our citizens, we are carrying out workshops on agriculture, so that people get skills in improving the ways of doing their business, and also if we look at things like other supporting programs, we have donors who also assist us with money in order to carry out our activities. And we also have got this animal which is killing us these days, the climate change, whereby you find that we have all the issues of bad things such as floods, things such as droughts, most of our livestock dying, and some being carried away by water, homes being destroyed, and even people's life being taken. We are creating awareness meetings, meeting the people, telling them that those staying on the lower side near rivers, they have to get out of those places and get to higher places, so that whenever this floods occur, they are safe. And on livestock and droughts, we find that we are trying to encourage people to grow fodder crops, so that during those times when there is no sufficient grazing, they should supplement their animals so that they at least remain with the seed in their their countries. So I think there is an improvement taking place, but I don't think we have reached our final destination as well, because this is an ongoing program, because we don't know when such hazards occur. So we have to be prepared whenever we are at our homes. And also looking at agriculture, we find that this is a massive project, because a lot of people do not have money, but we all survive on agriculture, as it is our backbone. And we encourage our farmers to, not our farmers, our banks, to create loans for these farmers so that they can get money, because agriculture cannot be done without enough resources. They are supposed to be to get loans even if they are at their homes, and these banks are supposed to get to the people, so that people do not have to travel long distances to the nearby towns to go and look for those monies. And also, farmers through the extension department are being taught on how they can get market with the quality goods that are to be marketed. And also the departments on infrastructure are being encouraged to have proper structures whereby farmers, if they get their produce, they shouldn't have a problem of getting where to market their produce. A market should be readily available and it should be accessible to all the farmers so that our agriculture continues.
Thank you for your contribution. Madagascar? No, Mozambique. I don't know why I keep saying Madagascar. I'm sorry. Yes,
from Madagascar. Maybe you like Madagascar very much.
Vous aimez Madagascar?
Mr. Chair, with your permission,
avec votre permission,
responding to the issue that was raised in summary, because the previous speaker spoke substantially on this issue, I would like to say the following. After each cycle, when a new cycle starts, after the MPs being inaugurated, I'm talking about my country, there is an induction session, which means that the MPs are explained about their mission during their mandate. After forming working committees, we also conduct this work of capacity building the MPs in each committee, like the Committee on Agriculture, the Committee on Plan and Budget, among other committees. Since I belong to one of the committees, which is the Plan and Budget, we have conducted some work with state institutions to find out what are the constraints in ministries under our direct line. To avoid repeating what the previous speaker said, we as MPs are aware of our responsibilities. We interact with institutions that work online with us, apart from the supervision exercise, when we go to the field together with our voters, find out what are the remaining constraints. This is what I would like to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, please, Zambia. A colleague from Zambia, please.
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair, again.
No problem.
Most of what my Zimbabwean colleague submitted is actually what is also obtaining in Zambia. I just want to add one component, that of wildlife. There is a lot of poaching in these African, countries, and our, wildlife is coming to be extinct. Certain species are now dying out. But what we've done in Zambia to avoid this or to lessen the speed of poaching is we have engaged the communities that live, within game management areas. They are made to be, game rangers themselves, and they are paid to be that, to do that, to be the guard, to be the custodians of this wildlife. And it's working very well. So as well as that, the chiefs are also involved. They've been engaged also to sensitize their subjects about the disadvantages of poaching and the advantages of keeping the wildlife. As a result, in these areas, poaching has reduced, and MOPs are involved in all this work. When those that have game management areas in their constituencies, they are involved in these developments. So as far as this is number objective 3. Is it objective 3? We are at.
Yes, we are.
It is okay. So in a way, we are managing. Listen to my colleague from Zimbabwe. And I've already said that what is obtaining in Zimbabwe is what is obtaining also in Zambia. And the colleague from Madagascar, is it Madagascar? I've made a mistake also. The previous speaker, the immediate previous speaker. It looks like we are kind of getting on course as far as number 3 is concerned. Thank you very much.
No problem. Okay, no problem. Mr. Leonard.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Isa, we're gonna give you 10 minutes so we can, you can settle everything.
Yeah, I think
run out of time.
Yes, I see that we are running late in terms of time. Maybe an additional 10 minutes if we move a little faster.
Yes, please.
We might be able to achieve.
Thank you.
Go through the 7 objectives. Just to conclude or to consolidate the discussion on objective 3, which is about capacity development for members of parliament and staff of parliaments. What I am hearing is that the objective is on track. And so at that juncture, I would like to invite members of parliament to reflect on the fourth objective, which is about lobbying for equal and equitable representation of women and youth in political and decision-making positions. How are we doing on that front? Honorable members, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks so much. Yeah, our colleague for Zimbabwe want to make a comment, please. Please go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. On that issue, I think we have made strides into achieving that, because if at all I can talk about, if you can give me permission that yes. I talk about my country.
Okay.
You find that in Zimbabwe, there is a quota for women, which was introduced, and it was given time frame. It was only given 2 terms. And after the expiry, it is expiring the end of this lifetime of the parliament. Government has since extended it for the next 10 years.
Okay.
In order for us to find to augment the number of women in parliament. We have got 3 systems of elections in Zimbabwe. The first, the post, and the quota system, whereby we have 60 women countrywide.
Okay.
We should be taken into parliament and they represent their parties. This is what I'm talking about, which has been extended. And then also our government, as of now, which was not there, has also introduced that on the youth, we are going to have 10 youths who will be given the opportunity of getting to parliament. Who will be in parliament. Apart from those who will go for the first past the post, there is also an opportunity that the government has said that we should have 10 youths who will go the same way as the quota system of women, of which I think we are on target, because we are going to have those from the first past the post and also those who have been given the quota. And also in our Senate, we have what we call the zebra system.
Okay.
The zebra system, you find that it's sort of the proportional representation. But on the zebra issue, we have number 1 is a woman. Let's say if we have a total of 3 people who are going for the who are going to Senate. That means we are going to have 2 women and 1 man. So to us, it's an advantage.
Congratulations. Yeah, I have Madagascar actually. Maurice.
you have Madagascar.
I really need to find out. Maurice, please go ahead. And after you're going to be Mr. Leonard for 2 minutes. Please, Maurice, Maurice.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Avant tout, je...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to say that the temperature in the room is really a problem. I don't know whether it's the case for the others. I suffer from the heat, but that was just to say, we try to really work on it, but having talked to the technician, nothing has been done. I have no choice. I would like to say something on the representation of women at the Mauritius Parliament. Let me say that even if we have got good beaches in Mauritius, 1.3 million of inhabitants, women are underrepresented at the parliament. Unfortunately, the truth is that the women are outsiders. We have had, since independence from 1968, we have had 11 general elections. Since the last elections, we are at 20%. It's a small parliament, 70 parliaments with 14 women. So we've got a lot of work to do. I wanted to share the situation of women in Mauritius Parliament. Thank you.
Mr. Leonard?
Mr. Leonard, 2 minutes.
While I appreciate very much the reflections that I get from the members of parliament, it would help if we would first share an opinion on whether we think we've made progress, and then maybe follow that up with an example. In that way, then we would have a fairly good way of being able to gauge whether we're making progress on that particular strategic objective or not. So if we could first share a rating that we're on target or we're off target, and then share an example. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we will take it into consideration, but right now, as I say, we are running out of time. So our colleague from Angola, she could be the last person to, and then which country? Malawi. Okay.
Muito obrigada. De novo.
Thank you very much. I had to go out because I was doing the COVID test, but I'll be brief. Regarding the issue that is under discussion about women representative in parliament, in my country, from the 220 members, we are only in 30%. Since our country is now going to elections in August, what we're doing is to sensitize, since we're going to parliament from party lists. So we are now conducting lobby with the parties so that when they draw their lists to the parliament, they take into consideration the awareness of female gender, because we would like to have a 50-50% of women and men in the parliament.
That's something President Tshisekedi wants to actually every single time is a nomination. He is really thinking about women. So we need to wait to have a little bit equality, which is very important. And I appreciate that comment. Yes, please, Malawi. And Zambia, fine.
Thank you very much.
Sounds like the discussion is very important, actually. Yes, please, Malawi.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Mine is just a little comment and an observation. From the previous speakers, they have spoken so much of the women, but I haven't had anybody comment about the youth. And the same also implies in my country, Malawi, whereby that we see that the objective number 4 is supposed to be standing for the youth and women, but even back in my homeland, we seem to be targeting so much of the women and we are leaving out the youth. For example, a chairperson for the Women Caucus in Malawi, she automatically becomes a member of the SADC-PF. And also here at the SADC-PF, we have also got a women's caucus, but we're not hearing anything about the youth, because if we are to achieve that objective, I think the women and the youth, they have to move concurrently. I submit. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
And
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to make a very short comment also in as far as Zambia is concerned. I think we are lagging behind, very behind. You know, out of 156 elected members, I think there are less than 30 women in the parliament. And the nominated members, I think how many? two or three women out of 8. So a lot of job to do. So I'm very envious of Zimbabwe with such an elaborate system they have.
So she should give you the technique, actually.
Sure. So no, in this field, we are very behind for both women and sorry, for both women and the youth, we are very behind in Zambia. So we need to, really, step up. Thank you. I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you so much. Seychelles, please. Who will be the last?
Thank you. In Seychelles also, there's 30 members of parliament. There's about eight women in it. But in regards to the youth, we have youth assembly in Seychelles, where each district, the youth they meet like us, they discuss issues, and then they bring it forward to the government.
Okay.
Yeah, this is how it is in our country.
Well done. Thank you. So, sorry, I think you have a problem with interpretation. Translation. He might have a problem with translation. Mozambique, yes.
Hi, Ronald. Please allocate me, please. Yes, please allocate me. Yes, please assign me quickly, please.
Mr. Leonard, did you have any more comment, actually? It seemed like you are.
Yes,
you
Mr.
really have something to say.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have a few comments.
Please go ahead.
Yes. Well, first to conclude on the strategic objective that we were discussing, which I noted its own course. It has some limitations, some areas that need improvement going forward. So I've noted that. Now I worry that we will not be able to get the reflections of the members of parliament on the other strategic objectives because of the limitations of time. But even more importantly, there is a section that would really help us in evaluating the strategy on the factors that are influencing our success or our lack of success. Right? We've reflected on those, but I just thought it would help us going forward to say what have been the major constraints in terms of achieving what we want to achieve as a SADC Parliamentary Forum. What have been the major constraints? Okay. If I could get some feedback on the members of parliament on that, it would really help our process moving forward.
I think Malawi have a comment. Do you have a comment on Dabi?
Yes, I've got a comment on the previous rating that we have just made.
Okay.
I think for Malawi, and I think we personally feel that we are not on track because we've only focused on one thing and we've left out the other. The example that
they still have a lot to do.
I think we still have a lot
that need to be done in your parliament, actually.
In our parliament, even in SADC, because SADC is also a typical example, as I gave you, that we've got a women's caucus in the national parliament in our respected countries. And when we come to SADC as well, by the virtue of the women being women, they have also got their own caucus here. So if the same can also be established for the youth, that even when the youth come here as well, they should also have their own caucus. I think then that would be saying that we are towards achieving. But as of now, I think
that's the reason we need to have our a parliament in the region. You know what I mean? So that's we really need to have our parliament. Otherwise, people complaining. But if we have our parliament in the region, I think we can influence our own parliament. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going now to call the vice chair for closing remark. Okay. So, thank you. I'm stepping out actually.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow me, honorable members, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Lakhato Masito from Lesotho. I am honored to be accorded this opportunity to deliver closing remarks after such an insightful engagement on building resilient agricultural systems through prudent public finance management, which aimed at teasing out what we as parliamentarians can contribute towards this cause. Without doubt, agriculture is a major driver of economic development in the region. However, the sector suffers from financial mismanagement, including corruption and competitive tendencies which have had a negative impact on the growth and resilience of the sector. Consequently, production has been negatively affected, which has in turn impacted on food security, agricultural incomes, livelihoods, and general economic development. Honorable members, while we may not have complete control over natural events, such as the adverse effects of climate change, we definitely have control over financial mismanagement tendencies. Let me add that as parliamentarians, we occupy a very strategic position in the society in ensuring prudent financial management in all sectors, including the agriculture sector. It is therefore within our oversight mandate to ensure that appropriate public financial management policies and legislation are implemented. This should cover issues related to tax law, budget management, debt management, subsidies, among others. By tightening policy and legislation on these critical matters, we will be promoting accountability and efficiency in the use of public resources in the agriculture sector. Ultimately, we will be promoting growth in the sector, which all contribute towards the resilience of the sector. Having said that, let me register my gratitude on behalf of the committee for according us this opportunity to engage, firstly, amongst ourselves, and secondly, with the experts on this very important subject. Needless to say, if we commit ourselves fully to the realization of the ideals that have been highlighted during our engagement today and act on the knowledge that we have gained from this meeting, we will be major contributors towards building resilience in our agricultural systems, thereby promoting socio-economic development in our respective member states. Honorable members, it remains for me to thank you most sincerely for your active participation during this meeting. I have no doubt that the objectives of the meeting have been met. To the experts, I offer my special appreciation for sharing this important knowledge with us. Let me also thank the SADC-PF Secretariat, led by Secretary General, for facilitating the holding of this meeting. As I conclude, allow me to reiterate the point that we need not only acquire such knowledge, but we must, most importantly, translate it into tangible actions that will meaningfully benefit our people. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I wish to inform you that on behalf of the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, she wishes to extend her apologies. She's unable to preside over the next session of this meeting. And by the authority that has been delegated to me from her, I will now lead the committee into the next session, if that is acceptable, honorable members. Thank you. Honorable members, I wish to appraise you of the fact that the current chairperson and vice chairperson of this committee, their term of office has come to an end. The chairperson and the vice chairperson were elected in 2020 and therefore have served a 2-year term. In this regard, the Secretariat has prepared a procedural guide to assist the members with the relevant provisions in the Constitution and rules of procedure regarding elections for chairpersons and vice chairpersons, as well as the eligibility of countries for the 2 positions. Honorable members, at this juncture, before we proceed to conduct the elections, allow me to just call upon the chairperson and the vice chairperson outgoing to just deliver short farewell messages to the committee within 2 to 3 minutes. Honorable Chair, to be followed by the vice chairperson. Thank you, honorable members.
Chers collègues, c'était un plaisir.
It was a pleasure for me to serve as a chair for the past 2 years. I would like to say that without you, it was impossible. So it was possible simply because it was a team, and it was a very good team. I think the Secretary General is not here. That is not here, and I also thank the vice because I was in DRC and he was in Zambia and she was in Zambia. So we worked together by distance, but it was a real pleasure, and I learned a lot. And I would like to thank you for the trust that have been entrusted into me. And I would like to thank you a lot. After 2 years, it has been a big success at SADC. Thank you so much.
Thank you, our secretary. Allow me to pay my respect to our Secretary General, the honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the South Parliament to give me this opportunity to be part of SADC-PF. Secondly, I would like to thank our Secretary General and all the members of SADC-PF for their welcome reception they have given to me within this short time on this position of Vice Chairperson, and also to thank our Secretary, Ms. Sharon. We thank you. Allow me to congratulate those who will be elected incoming Chairperson and Vice Chairperson, and allow to thank them and congratulate them in advance. And I promise that I will give them 100% support in their new appointment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the outgoing chairperson and vice chairperson. Honorable members, I have shared the procedural guide for the elections, and I will now just wish to draw members to rule number 39 regarding election of chairperson and chairpersons. Rule number 39.1 states that each committee shall elect a chairperson and vice chairperson. Rule number 39.2 says the chairperson of the standing committee shall preside over all meetings of the committee. In his or her absence, the vice chairperson shall assume the duties, and in the absence of the vice chairperson, a member designated by the committee shall preside over the committee on an interim basis. Honorable members, we now go to Article 14(3) of the SADC-Parliamentary Forum Constitution, which provides for the principle of rotation in the election of the chairperson and vice chairperson of standing committees. The rule specifically reads that members of the standing committees holding the position of chairperson or vice chairperson shall retire by rotation, meaning that a member of parliament with members serving in the positions of chairperson or vice chairperson of a standing committee shall not be eligible for re-election to the positions in the immediate subsequent term. This means that the outgoing chairperson and vice chairperson are automatically not eligible to stand for elections. We now move to the gender principle, which is provided for under Rule 38, Sub-Rule 5, which states as follows: as far as it is practically possible, gender considerations should be taken into account when deciding chairmanship of committees. Where the chairperson of a committee is a woman, the vice chairperson shall be a man, and vice versa. Honorable members, let me now just run you through the procedure for nomination and elections. The first one states that the returning officer will call for nominations for each of the two positions. Each nominee will be given 3 minutes to present their credentials. If one nomination is received, the candidate shall be declared duly elected. If there are more than one candidate, elections shall be held. Each member is eligible for 1 vote. Members shall vote by secret ballot. Only members of the Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources Standing Committee are eligible to vote. The chairperson, in case of a tie, the chairperson will have a casting vote according to Rule number 41, Sub-Rule 3 of the Rules of Procedure. We'll now move to item number 6, which simply highlights, which is a schedule of chairperson and vice chairpersons who have held the positions from 2014 to 2020. So that is the list of the chairpersons and vice chairpersons that have held the positions of chairperson and vice chairperson from 2014 to 2022. Finally, 6.2 is a list of ineligible and eligible countries for the Food and Agriculture Natural Resources Committee for the period 2022 to 2024. So the first position is for chairperson, and the countries that are ineligible are Mauritius, Zimbabwe, South Africa, DRC, Lesotho, the outgoing vice chair. And countries that are eligible include Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, Zambia, Tanzania, and Zambia. For the position of vice chairperson, the countries that are ineligible include Lesotho, Mauritius, Namibia, South Africa, DRC, the outgoing chair. The eligible countries for the position of vice chair are Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Seychelles, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. At this point, honorable members, by the authority vested in me as a returning officer on behalf of the SADC-PF Secretary General, I wish to call upon nominations for the position of chairperson. Thank you. Honorable members, any nominations for the position of chairperson? Okay, we'll allow honorable members maybe a few minutes to brainstorm. Maybe honorable members need some time.
I nominate myself.
Is it possible? Okay, so is there, okay, honorable members, we have received the secondment from Zambia for Malawi for the position of chairperson. Honorable members, are there any more nominations for the position of chairperson besides the nomination from Malawi? Honorable members, any more nominations for the position of chairperson? In view of the fact that we don't have any further nominations, as there's only one nomination, and according to the rules, the honorable member for Malawi is deemed to have been duly elected as chairperson of the committee of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. Thank you very much. That is Honorable Onani from Malawi. Onani. Honorable members, we will now move to the nomination for the position of vice chairperson. We call upon nominations for the position of vice chairperson. Yes, Mozambique. You can go ahead, sir. You can go ahead and. Honorable members, nominations. Is the table, I'm sure the table is clear. We have countries that are eligible. We have Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Seychelles, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Those are the eligible countries for the position of vice chairperson. Yeah, there's a hand from Mozambique.
Obrigado pela concessão da palavra.
Thank you very much for the floor. Mozambique would like to nominate herself, but for the respect we have for others, this allows us not to nominate ourselves. If there's no country interested in terms of gender considerations, Mozambique would like to be nominated for this position. Thank you.
That is the submission from Mozambique. We can hear from Zimbabwe, and after Zimbabwe, we also have Eswatini.
On my own opinion, I think we have to consider the gender representation. We also find that the outgoing committee was zero gender. So now we have to rethink and maybe think about women also. And I don't know, I'm not very sure because these people are very, these honorable members are fairly new. I would go for Madagascar if Madagascar has got a lady here.
Thank you. If I'm not mistaken, Madagascar is male. Honorable members, we can have a submission from Eswatini.
Not me this time. Already trapped.
There's a nomination for Honorable Muhadi for the position of Vice Chairperson from Zimbabwe. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, moderator. I think I've got my reservations. One, you will find that I've been chairing this committee from 2016 to 2018. So, so I don't think it would be proper for me again to be the vice chairperson of the same committee.
Okay. Honorable members, is that plea from Zimbabwe acceptable?
Yes.
So we call for further nominations. Just to remind members that in terms of the gender balance, we have 3 eligible countries, that is Zambia, Seychelles, and Tanzania. Eswatini. So we have 4. There's Eswatini, there's Tanzania, Seychelles, and Zambia. Nominations for the position of vice chairperson, please. Yes, Zimbabwe, you can go ahead, Honorable.
I nominate Eswatini. Yes.
There's a nomination for Eswatini for the position of vice chairperson. There is a hand. Please go ahead, Honorable.
Yes, of course. Second, I'm unable to stand because early next year we are going for elections. So I think we better get someone else.
Oh. So, let's go for Botswana is not here. It has got its own problem. What about Seychelles?
Honorable Honorable from Eswatini, we usually elect a country and not a specific person. So maybe if there is room that somebody else could stand in for you, Eswatini could still be represented for the position of vice chairperson. That is just guidance from Secretariat.
What have you said?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Just guiding that usually these elections, we consider the countries and not as an individual honorable member. So in this case, like for the position of chairperson, we are saying that the chairpersonship has gone to Malawi as a country. So Secretariat is requesting if the nomination still stands for Eswatini. Are there any counter proposals for the nomination for Eswatini?
No, I'm not.
Honorable, what I was trying to explain is the fact that even if you go to elections, and probably we do not wish that will be the case, another member comes in, that person will still be represented as the vice chairperson. So there will be no issue of vacuum, even if the elections bring a different dynamic in terms of change of membership. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair, whatever. The problem is that next year, well, going for elections, but you won't get new members until the following year, that is 2024. You won't get a new member from Eswatini next year. So because the elections are towards the end of the year, the only time people can come from, MPs can come from Eswatini would be in 2024, not 23.
Which month, Honorable Member? In 2024?
Our elections are end of August. End of August, beginning of September, right there. But then the members will only be able to come the following year, not soon after the elections.
Honorable members,
I'll be grateful to maybe get someone else from another country, so long as it's a lady. Then when the other member from Eswatini comes, then whoever will come can take the position.
What is the consensus on this matter, honorable members? Okay. In this case, we now go back again to the three eligible countries. If we exclude Eswatini, we now remain with Tanzania, Seychelles, and Zambia. Any nominations for the position of vice chairperson from those three countries? Yes, Tanzania. There's a proposal from Tanzania for Seychelles to vice chairperson. Seconded by Zimbabwe.
Seychelles is me.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, honorable members. So we have Tanzania, Zambia, and
what about Tanzania?
What about the one in red? The one in red is with Mauritius, but she's not eligible. So Zambia and Tanzania.
Zambia. So you know that you end up having a man. You end up having a man.
Yes,
Sorry, madam, but I thought it is said if, according to certain situations, if we cannot get a female, we can still take a male. So,
ready to go.
Honorable members, may I have your attention, please? It seems as though the issue of gender balance may have to be overruled in this case because there are no willing countries that are eligible for females. So honorable members, we call upon nominations again for the two countries where there are female members who are eligible, countries that are eligible, that is Zambia and Tanzania. Any nominations? Yes, Zambia. Zambia nominates Tanzania.
Where's Tanzania? Where's Tanzania? It's you. Yeah, it's right. Okay. Okay, good.
Okay, any seconder? Is there any seconder for the nomination for, yes, Honorable Lesotho? Thank you. Thank you. Any other nominations? No. Just to be sure, any other nominations for the position of Vice Chairperson? Okay. In that regard, since we only have one nomination, and that is Tanzania, and according to the rules, Tanzania is duly elected as Vice Chairperson of the SADC-PF Standing Committee, Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources. Thank you very much, honorable members. At this juncture, kindly allow me to invite the newly elected Chairperson and Vice Chairperson to give their inaugural speeches. The Vice Chairperson, please, and then the elected Chairperson will follow and close the meeting.
Good afternoon. I say thank you very much for this position. And I don't have anything to say. I only say thank you so much for this position.
Honorable Chairperson, please, you can maybe step forward, sir.
Thank you very much, honorable members. It is my humble privilege to have been nominated to be the next chairperson of our respected committee for the next coming 2 years. I'm really humbled. I'm very thankful. And I should rely on your support for the success of the committee. I'll be your servant. And I wish the whole committee success. With these few remarks, I would like to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I therefore declare this meeting closed until further notice. I submit. Thank you.
Honorable members, through the chair, this marks the end of this morning session. And I just want to inform honorable members that there has been a slight adjustment to the program for this afternoon. Kindly bear with us because this afternoon, the FAN, the Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources Committee, will have a joint meeting with the TIFI committee. And we have been requested to move the time from 14 hours to 14:30. So the joint meeting will start at 14:30 in the Rivonia committee room, which is just directly that side. There is an indication just before you enter the committee room, written Rivonia. That's where the joint meeting will take place at 14:30, honorable members. Thank you very much. Thank you.